Hello. Hello. Mark? I'll guess Mark. Hello. Okay, let me do announcements. Do-do-do-do. Such a funny name for a project. Yeah. Yeah. I tried I considered other names first, but yeah, it's not easy. It is not easy. I'm going to make the logo the ptarmigan bird. I think so. Like, so for now we have this, uh, which is, so I don't know how familiar you are with Zig, but if you're familiar, this is a Ziggy silhouette. Ziggy is an iguana. Uh, but somebody removed like painted it white and then gave it a bird face. So it's it's like this is not a real yeah, so like this is funny. But yeah, the logo is gonna be something ptarmigan related. Uh, Definitely we're keeping the red eyebrow. Like the red eyebrows, I find hilarious. Like the whole bird turns white in winter for camouflage, but it keeps the red eyebrow. Like why? Why did nature do that? Um, so it's like it's too funny to ignore. Also, it's funny uh how the bird keeps saying Awebo, Awebo, Awebo going around. So yeah, we're definitely like we're gonna own the bird theme for sure. Also, birds are hilarious in general. Stupid animals. It's so funny. Um okay, I think we're gonna work on this stuff that I left here yesterday. I don't think we have a reason to look into anything else for now. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, tea is brewing. It's gonna be ready soon. How long have you been working on Awebo? I did some work about a year ago, and then I stopped. So about a year ago, I worked on it maybe 2 months, 3 months, something like that. And I got it to the point where we could do audio calls over the internet with our custom protocol and Opus audio compression. So, like, I wasn't using, an already made VoIP library that does everything top to bottom, like everything from scratch, except audio compression, for which we were using Opus. Uh, and uh, and then I dropped it because the I/O story in Zig was just too immature. I was using libxev, which was an event loop library made by Michel Hashimoto for Ghosty here, the terminal emulator. But the problem is that that library obviously focuses on the things that Ghosty cares about, which is not networking. And so the networking part had a particularly annoying bug. But setting that aside, the bigger problem was that since Zig didn't have built-in support for async await, any form of non-blocking I/O would be based on callbacks, and callbacks are very hard to keep track of. Like they fragment your control flow in a way that makes it, at least for me, makes it significantly harder to reason about what the software is supposed to be doing. And so when Zig now more recently uh, started reintroducing async IO, I ripped out libxev and I ported everything to to the new Zig async await. And man, was it like currently it is so much better, so much clearer, and uh, and it's not just that; it's definitely much clearer, but also um, but also, what did I want to say? Mm, yeah, the new version is definitely easier to understand. Well, so in any case, I basically then ported everything over and resumed the development. So I don't know, like there's been a long hiatus between when I started and then now. But like if you talk about like how much time have you spent working on it, like in general, I would say probably 3 4 months total, something like that. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 4 or 5 months. But that's the general idea. And to be clear, it's like it's very incomplete. So I'm still implement right now. This is what I'm working on: client server synchronization. Like this is not fully implemented yet, because correct client server synchronization requires some sophistication here and there, and that's not implemented yet. But we're getting there. So once we have proper client server synchronization, once we have a way of browsing history, once we have um, I would also consider full text search kind of necessary. I have the basis of, but I don't have, like, I have the search index, but I don't have any of the networking and UI around it. And once we have audio and screen sharing working, we're gonna be in a pretty good place, I think. But like, there's a few to dos. Inspire me and give me some warm and fuzzies. That as a software engineer veteran, uh, I'd be able to put food on the table in 5 years. Anything, even lie to me. Uh, um, and is your worry about AI? Because I don't think that AI is going to be able to uh, remove all the software engineer jobs. If you are a lousy software engineer and you never specialized at all, and you always used high level frameworks, and basically your job was gluing dependencies together, then I would say that eventually AI will be able to take your job. And but if you do more than just glue dependencies together, then I think it will be much harder for AI to be able to take your job. I would even argue that it's probably not going to happen in our lifetimes. I do think that in our lifetimes, AI will be. Some say that it's already the case. You know what? It might very well be, and I'm just not like fully up to speed. But I think that AI can glue dependencies together, sure. But doing fully novel work, I don't think AI is there yet, and I think it's going to be a very long time before it becomes better than a decent human, like a human that has decent skills working on that. So, what is my recommendation? My recommendation is, or like the silver lining. The silver lining is, even if you spend your whole life gluing dependencies together, which, because I mean that's what our industry wants you to do. Like if you're, I've worked in a consultancy company. I've worked, I've held normal jobs previously, and I know that that's what the industry wants you to do. So I'm saying this, while I do think that it is an objectively bad thing when your entire career has been gluing dependencies together, but I also understand that it's not like it's like nobody's failure. It's like it's just how things are. That being said, I think that you're still on time to basically gain some ground over AI when it comes to learning how to do things from first principles. So um, this is not going to stay true forever, but I think that if, for example, for people that today, the people that start today looking into lower level programming, not necessarily, it doesn't even have to be Zig. I do think that Zig is probably the best choice for that, but obviously that's my perspective on it. But regardless, even if you start now looking into how OS APIs work, how data structures work for real, how you implement something from first principles, like how do you do a voice call over the internet, like for real, with you deciding what goes on a UDP packet, for example. I think that will you're still on time to gain some ground against AI and be able to keep your job in 5 years. And I think that coincidentally, that will probably lead you to a flow control dev is down. Did I typo it? Works for me. So you're still going to be able to keep your job, and I also think that chances are that you're going to get a better paying job. Obviously, there's a ton of caveats. Depends where you live, remote work. There's a variety of things, so I can't promise salvation to anybody. But like for me personally, the day that let's say Zig reaches 1.0 and like the ZSF is kind of done, and then I'm gonna start looking for another job, for example, I feel like optimistic that I will be able to find a decent job, which will still be decent paying and will give me satisfaction, etc. But I intend to leverage hard the fact that I've learned how to do lower level programming. I would not be surprised in 5 to 10 years from now, all the consultancy glue things together jobs are like shrunk to like just a handful, because it's a bunch of people orchestrating Claude, and that's it. You're screwed. What do you mean? You don't have to be screwed, man. Well, thank you for the grief and stuff, but you don't have to be screwed. First of all, you're in the right place right now, or well, I don't know. There's worse places where you could be right now. You could be watching a JavaScript vibe coding channel. I think that would be a worse place to be. And also, you know what? I should say. I should also say this. Also, I think that learning how to orchestrate AI eventually will probably be not a bad idea. So like getting used to using agents if you have to. I've not spent any time or effort trying to learn that yet, but eventually I'll take a stab as well. And obviously, if that is the only thing that you know how to do, then there's going to be a ton of competition because a lot of people will go from gluing dependencies together to having asking an AI to glue dependencies together. Um, so there will be competition. But look, those jobs are not even that good. Like, okay, Armadon, how old are you? How old are you? What do you work on? Which programming languages? Which domains? Do you do consultancy? Do you work for a product company? Europe, United States, somewhere else? 43. Okay. You know what? While you answer, I'm going to go get my tea. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. I'll message you the other details privately. Oh, okay. Wait, where am I supposed to see? Oh, okay, I can see DMs. If you mean, oh, okay. Well, sorry, I didn't want to. Sorry, I didn't want to ask you stuff that was like too personal. Okay. Yeah, but man, you're gonna be good. Come on, you're gonna be good. You're gonna be fine. AI is not gonna take your job, or I don't know. Maybe it will take your current job. But you'll find ways. Given what you told me, you're gonna be fine. I don't fully agree with you on the AI take. I do think that a lot of the web could easily be done with AI. Of the web world could be easily be done with AI to a certain degree. It is still a very advanced probabilistic machine, so anything that is specific will be hard. Whereas AI can be a good tool is to speed up certain boring generic processes, but you will need a software engineer to handle the right prompt at the right time. Yes, but the thing is, today to do a given amount of work, you need a given amount of software engineers. Tomorrow, if AI becomes good enough, you will need a fewer number of software engineers whose job will be to orchestrate a bunch of coding agents. And um, if the coding agent is decent enough, then obviously you will be able to get more work, like get more output essentially out of fewer engineers. And so the job market will shrink. Which, by the way, it's a good thing. it is a good thing. Like if that happens, it is overall a good thing. And then obviously there's like a bunch of other concerns, like what will happen to quality. In this case, I'm kind of assuming that quality will not take a huge hit. Like I'm being kind of optimistic about it. That might not be the case. It might turn out that quality goes to shit, and so it's not like a thoroughly good thing. But let's say all else being equal, it is a good thing where a machine can do something that a human doesn't have to do. That takes away jobs from the market, sure, but elevators took jobs from the market from people, moving a spinning thing that moves on a mechanical elevator up and down. So like that's like, it's good that that job doesn't exist anymore. And so I do think that AI can be used or will eventually be able to be used to glue dependencies together again, either today or tomorrow. And so like, look, serious talk. If you get into software engineering and you work at a shitty consultancy company and you have shitty clients and you have your shitty clients ask your shitty company to produce shitty products for which you do an even shittier implementation, and like you're like in this circle of garbage in, garbage out, it's like if that job stops existing, it's like good. Like that's not a good part of software engineering. So yeah. I've been learning more and more level with Zig and Rust, especially mostly because I'm tired of the web and the hype it revolves around it. I do think that most software as a service shouldn't be on the web. I get SSL certificate unrecognized. I don't know. But the thing is, flow control, I believe it's on isn't this on oh shit. Yeah, you're right, it is cached. Neurosite should put this website on GitHub pages or something equivalent. Or like Codeberg pages. I'll message him. Let's see, website. Website is down. Oh, wait, he's in chat. Your site. Your website is down. Your website is down. Put it on GitHub pages or Codeberg pages. What are you doing self-hosting a static website? Stop being proud. Use software as a service. Well, as long as it's free. Not many people talk about the unsustainability of the current AI in terms of resources. Yeah, that is definitely another topic. I agree. Like it's not clear at all if it's net positive once you also factor that in. But yeah, I will say though that in general, for me, the thing that I find the biggest misconception that I hear people say is that it's a bad thing when jobs are taken away by automation. It can obviously happen in the wrong way. Like you can be hit by a train, like by a train. Okay, I'm doing a bad job at explaining this. Like the change can be uh instant and leave some people um in the dust, and that's obviously bad and that should not happen, but that's one of the things that society is generally super bad about. But in general, automation is good, and I find it crazy when people that work especially in software engineering uh they automation is good as long as it doesn't touch me. It's like no, automation is good, and sometimes it also touches you, and such is life. Then obviously, as I said, better and worse ways of doing it. Okay. The website is working now. Command Shift R. Does it work? Command Shift R. Yeah, it does. Okay. Website was down for maintenance. You were about to lose potential users, you know, by having the website down. That's how popular flow control is becoming. Okay, so yesterday I had a chat with I'm like an Andrew. And I think I'm gonna roll back some of the things that I was about to do with the clock ID stuff. I'm gonna change it slightly. Less users means less work for me. What do you mean? On that topic, where are my Helix fixes? Look at selection being all wonky. Please, Neuroside fix. I would say this looks cool, but it is not cool. So, for example, I dare, actually I triple dog dare AI to make a text editor competitive with Flow. It's not gonna be able to do that. Not today. The only way that that can happen is that if somebody who knows how to make a text editor decides to use AI as a like just a more indirect way of doing text editing. Okay, I'll hold you to it though. Like you're not gonna get my vote next elections if if you don't focus on Helix and uh, and free healthcare. um. Okay. There's also like related to what I just said. There's also this more general point where whenever you want to do something more advanced, you need to be able to evaluate the solution that the AI came up with. So, for example, let's say that you ask the AI to make you a text editor, and the idea is that you do it well. You don't just say, "Make me a TUI text editor, thank you," and then you expect the thing to poop out exactly what you want. But you get more into detail, right? You do it piece by piece. You do it like component by component, so you get more into the weeds. And then the AI chooses a given data structure for representing the text document. Is that a good move or not? You don't know. You need to know what the options are, and you need to be able to evaluate them also in the context of what it is that you care about the most, because probably those things will have different trade-offs. And so you will have also to decide which trade-off is the one that you want, which depends on your use case, your sensibilities, the like what it is that you care about. And so you need that knowledge, because if you don't have that knowledge, you're not even going to be able to uh, even first of all, you're not going to be able to ask the AI for the right thing. So the AI is going to give you a random choice in the mix. You know, maybe not completely random. It will give you something that is more, you know, more common, more probable, that kind of stuff. But then you will not be able to know if what it gave you is good or not. And so at that point, is it even the AI's fault? Like if you who is running the thing don't even know how to evaluate its output, you can't even complain about the AI not doing the right thing or like not being good. At that point, the problem lies elsewhere. The problem is that you, who's supposed to be in charge, you can't be in charge because you don't know how to evaluate things. So that need is not going to go away. The reality is that there is a lot of crappy software development where it doesn't take much to evaluate the solution. And also, I'm thinking about enterprise software development and consultancy. There's also a lot of customers who are complete crap at evaluating solutions, so they themselves don't even know what they want. So it's not like that without AI in the mix, things were like pristine before. No, it was a mess also before. But AI doesn't solve this. Like, this is the one thing that AI does not solve in the least. So, um, so you still need humans that are able to do this. You still need software engineering knowledge and experience. That's not going away. You maybe the society will need less of that. Like, it will need fewer people that are ideally more knowledgeable. And so again, the job market maybe will shrink, but somebody will still need to do that. I've been bitten by the flow bug. I miss it each time I log into onto a server at work. Yeah, I had the same problem as well the other day, and then Neurosite told me that I can go to install, and you just do the uh, pipe sh command. What could go wrong, right? So, like, I mean, we've done worse. At least there's no sudo in here, so. Oh wait, this one has sudo. Install the installer for easy updating of flow. Oh, there's an updater. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know. It's flow up. Um. Okay. Let's get some work done. So, clock. We're changing clock to just being. Well, actually, we are leaving clock as is. We're not touching it. But we're instead of doing a clock. So in server, instead of clock, we have how do we do it? We have like last ID. It's a U64. Then we go in init. And we do the creation date, yes. So we do the creation date. We don't do this. We don't complain about this. We do the creation date. Did I call it epoch? Yeah. We do this. We don't need to do the clock up here. We don't do this, but we do this. We do bar last ID equals 0. Here we do insert admin with ID. I wish there was something that would get and also increment. Maybe we should make a tiny struct for this, a tiny type. And that's what I was suggesting. I was suggesting Neurosite to look into this because I think somebody should do it, and I was hoping it wouldn't have to be me. um, but even just, I think I really think that even just giving a few hits with a hammer to three seater, I think there's probably like huge wins in there if we just bother to look into it a little bit. Or Neurosite, by the way, what do you think about this? Uh, um, what about UPX? Do you have opinions? What if we were to run? What if we were to run flow under UPX? Would that slow boot times too much? Would that cause issues? I was curious about trying to pass Zine through UPX and see what that would do. Well, Neutrino, if you're worried about this stuff, um, if you're worried about this stuff, don't use the script. Just get an executable build of Flow, and then you drop it in your bin directory. Um, I mean, that's probably exactly what the script does, but you can do that yourself manually. And obviously, you're not going to bring the server down by dragging an executable or sim linking an executable in your bin directory. UPX works great with Flow. Do you actually use it? Like, is Flow right now being compressed via UPX when I get a release? Where's the code? Home, install, download. I guess in download there's the code. Yo, GPG signing, awesome. There's no mention of UPX in your build script, so you don't. Do you like? Did you just try it? Did you just try it out and decided to not use it, or do you have like a? You don't have a post processing step, I would imagine. I would be surprised that you don't automate this with your build script. You don't. Okay. Yeah, for the dark balls that makes sense. Yeah, that's fair. It's just that I don't know. It hurts me seeing, for example, that Zine is 100 megabytes on disk. Like, what the fuck? 30 milliseconds startup is too much for me. I see. I see. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I think for Zine in practice it would be doable, but I also don't want to specify my benchmarks. I want to flex that it takes like 17 milliseconds for my blog to build. Much higher memory usage. Oh, because you get both the compressed and the non-compressed data. Hmm. After strip, um, good question. I don't know. I maybe should. I don't think I've ever used any of the strip options. I also do release fast, not release small. But I don't. But I didn't use any of the strip flags. So yeah, maybe that would make a difference. But I also think that three seater keeps around. Um, Three seater keeps around a bajillion strings that it doesn't need. Like I am so confident of that, and I think that those could be thrown into the garbage, and everything would be fine. Like this is what I'm referring to. So three seater. It's been a while since I've looked into it, so hopefully I'll be able to find what I'm looking for quickly. No guarantees though. Lib include three seater API. So here there's a bunch of functions to navigate. So, for example, um, where is it? Then, like the node name, node type. Get a node type as an alternated string. Get the node type as a numerical ID. So, for example, you want to be able to refer to node types using IDs. That's more efficient. This is more crappy because it gives you a string. So, like, if you want to say, give me nodes of type foo, then with this, you'll have to do string comparison. While with this, it's just a number. And there's a few of these things. Um, I think there are some other APIs where it's even clearer. I think it has to do maybe with navigation. Let me see. Named child. Get the nodes named child and give me an index. No. There's some other, basically, there are some APIs. We already saw one example of that, but there are more APIs where there's like the string version and the ID version, and the ID version is more efficient while the string version is easier to use. But like, fuck the easier to use API. You just do it right and you stop having like 20 megabytes worth of garbage strings in your executable. I don't know, maybe it's again, it's been way too long. I'm sorry. I would need to. I haven't used this API in so long. I don't remember. Or like even parser language. I think even some of this stuff. Like, and by the way, in Zig we also have bindings that can do the right thing. We have bindings that can allow you to use IDs and don't have so that you don't have to use strings. Um, so that's the stuff that I would start looking into. Yeah, maybe I should look into that also for Zine. I don't know. Um, well, you know what? Let's see. So this is 0.15.0. Well, I've been using 0.15.2. Zine here is 122 megabytes. 80 megabytes of strings. It's mostly code. Mostly code. If it is code, then you can agree also that it's probably then a bunch of duplicated functions. Yeah, it might be huge, but I really don't believe that without optimizations, like I don't believe that there is no redundancy there. There has to be a ton of redundancy. And I think there has to be a way to do like what if we were to do LTO, for example? Like again, I have a hard time believing that grammars for like parsers for those languages weighed 100 megabytes, 120 megabytes. It's I think it's insane. I might be wrong, but I do think it's insane. Okay, Zinix Z strip equals true. Actually, we were saying strip equals optimize different than not debug, which makes total sense. Okay, what the fuck am I doing? It's the optimize equals release fast. I wonder if strip also um, goes to my C dependencies. BBL? What? Neurosite? One 110 megabytes. But that being said, it doesn't say much. Unwin tables. Oh, right. Yeah, let's do also that. Hmm, none. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. I still think that this is not gonna do strip to my C dependencies. Although it did recompile a bunch of dependencies earlier, but 110 versus 122. I'm thinking of hacking my dependencies momentarily. I think that especially what matters here is three-seater, right? Above all else, because we're expecting three-seater to be the one that more than anything else. Three-seater. Wait a second. What are we doing? I'm getting three-seater from syntax, right? So mm, can we can we can we get flow syntax in here? I think I have it, right? I have it. Hmm. Um. So in here, we go into the build script. Although these might be what has what we need. Let's look at our build script here. Yeah, Tricitra is a dependency. So it's not even this. Okay. Leave library Tricitra static. Create module, target, optimize, link C, blah, blah, blah. See source files. Add parser. Okay, so we're doing a union build here. Did I get it right? Yeah, we're doing a union build. Okay, so that means that in here we can do align tables none strip equals dot debug. So we do it here. Then we go. Oh, I cloned it into flow syntax. Oh shit. That actually should work fine. I did not do this on purpose, but it's actually genius if it works. Do we Zig build? Yes. Okay, so we're going here. Zone. No, wait. Okay. I didn't. I forgot if it was like hyphen or underscore. Okay, so I can do Zig build release fast. Failure. Fail to check cache. Um, three seater. I think that the fact that I cloned it into flow, it might not be as genius as I originally thought it would be. Okay, what the fuck is going on? Um, oh, I know what's going on. What's going on is that this project requires you to do stuff, right? You can't just use it naked. You have to build it. Um, and I don't remember how that works. So this depends on three seater, which has not been ported over, it seems. Hey, Cyberfart, thank you for the Prime sub. So where's the GitHub neurosite flow syntax? But we don't want that. We want three seater. So how are you supposed to use this thing? Oh, wait a second. Here's how you're supposed to do it. It's submodules. Fuck, man. Okay. Does anybody remember the submodule incantation? I think I found. I had it in my thing. Am I gonna run out of disk space? Holy shit, we're cloning. Holy cow. Why is this so slow? Ah, I know why. It's because it's the C++ three-seater grammar. And anything that has C++ in name, it's fucked. Like, not even the three-seater grammar is safe for me. It's written in C, but the fact that it deals with C++ ruins it. Oh, man. You know, how that's how they say, right? You look into the C++ and the C++ looks back at you or something along those lines. Also, things that start with F, the F stands for fart. So this is the three-seater fart-ish grammar. This is the three-seater fart sharp grammar. And I'm sad to report that the editor that I'm using is fart low control. I'm sorry to say it, but this should not be like this. This is not life. This is not good. To imagine you have three sheeter, yes. This is not life, man. This is not how it should work. That's it's not good, man. It's just not good. I'm sorry, but it's not good. Like, it feels like I'm BitTorrenting these fucking grammars. I'm getting the three-seater Lua Yifi 720p. Actually, it's so slow that it's not the 720p. I'm getting the 4K 10-bit HDR version. Yeah, no, it's cloning. Just cloning. I'm gonna go refill my tea. Camel? Why is Camel so slow? Bro. isn't OCaml supposed to be like super simple as a language? What the fuck is going on? Why is this slower than F sharp? By the way, if you know, at some point I was considering maybe should I get into a rant about Git submodules or should I just let it go? I feel like I don't need to say anything. I feel like that this is already self-explanatory enough. To be fair, I understand that from the perspective of maintaining this repository, it is convenient to be able to say, like, just pull the latest version of all these um, submodules one after another, and that's it. I get it. But also, okay, there's something wrong. Like, what the fuck is going on? Did I use all space? No, I haven't. Oh, okay. It's working now. We're getting there. I mean, we're starting to get to the end of the alphabet, thank God. Anyway, if anyone watching is um happens to be around Milan in February, we announced a special Zig Day. So the next Zig Day Milan is going to be February 21st. And the interesting part about this Zig Day Milan is that it's not going to be Milan. It's going to be in Seregno, which is a town north of Milan, which is where I live. And we're doing a special Zig Day with like a bit of a focus on eating. Now that I really look at what the extra activities entail, it's just breakfast, lunch, dinner. Anyway, it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be like the extra day of software you can love for people that have been there. And I don't know if we're gonna be able to make other Zig days in Sereno easily. So it's kind of a special event in that sense. So um, maybe you are not really from around here, but you're not too far. You know, I don't know, uh, Switzerland, Austria, southern Germany, certain parts of France. So if in any case, if you happen to be able to come by, consider doing so. Um, because it's gonna be a bit of a special event. Again, it's still a Zig Day. It's not like a conference, but it's gonna be special. Also, if coming requires you to sleep in an hotel, we do have there's a hotel here, which is like very close to the venue. It's like next to the venue, and um, a room costs 60 euros per night. I think 60, which it's not like super cheap, to be fair. But I mean, it is what it is. Farmland in the middle of the city. Uh, like you mean this? This is a park. This is a tiny park. If you mean this is another park. If you mean this is the most famous. Like if you ask me to go to a park, I would bring you to here. This is a skate park. So yeah, there are some parks. This is the graveyard. So technically a park, but for like old people. This park is also kind of nice because um, it's like a botanical garden, or actually maybe that's not the right term for it. It's a botanical park in the sense that it has peculiar kinds of trees. So it doesn't have like a ton of plants, but it has trees, and they're all like each one of these things is one of those trees. And I think there's like a plaque, like a sign next to each one of them that tells you about the tree. So yeah, although you know what, it might be closed because it's still cold in winter. I think they closed this park in winter. Maybe, I actually don't remember. In any case, the other parks are accessible. And I've been to the skate park a bunch recently. It's pretty nice. Like it's simple, but you can skate. There's also a bowl. We're still not done cloning, man. SQL, come on, man. Please. Swift. And this is gonna take ages. No. Why is Swift this fast and like O'Camel this slow? What the fuck? What do we need three-seater for? You know what? That's a question that I'm starting to ask myself. Um, so we were discussing about executable size, and I was complaining that my static site generator Zine is big, like it weighs too much on disk. Because once you uncompress it, it occupies 120 megabytes. And then people ask me, "But did you build a stripped version?" And I said, "No." Okay, so now I'm trying to make a stripped version where I'm trying to strip everything. And so I'm cloning my dependencies so that I can turn on the strip flag and see if that does anything. And three-seater, in like the major source of bloat in my program is three-seater. Like you can make a build of Zine without three-seater, and that weighs only 4 megabytes. Actually, yeah, I think I can show you this. Enable three-seater, but where's the highlight? Okay, include three-seater grammars for build time syntax and lighting enabled by default. So if I do highlight false, you will see. So I do Zig build. Wait. Git checkout build Zig does on. Then Zig build release fast dash the highlight equals false. Oh, highlight equals false. Then it fails to build. Why? Expected type found out of memory. Error out of memory, not a member of the destination set. Is it because I really need to do 0.15.0? Yeah, that was a change between 0.50 and 0, probably. We'll see. In any case, sorry, is this unrelated to Awebo? It is not unrelated to Awebo, because if we want to have syntax highlighting in Awebo for code snippets, we'll need to have some kind of solution for that. And unless something better comes along, I will use the same approach that I used for Zine, which is use 3-seater for syntax highlighting. What do you think about memory style diagrams in Awebo? I'll tell you that basically what will end up happening is that Awebo will probably support more or less the same stuff that Zine supports, because we're gonna reuse the majority of things. When did this happen, man? Okay, let's go to this. Then let's fix this. Oh, because if I turn off, I guess if I turn off 3-seater, then that error is not in there anymore. That maybe explains what's going on. Are we good now? So you can see that, no, that is not how it's supposed to be. This is not 109 megabytes. That is for sure. This is supposed to be 4 megabytes without 3-seater. Why is this 109? Hmm, there's something going wrong with that flag. Hmm. Oh, you know what? It might be that it doesn't work with my normal builds, and instead it's something that only works for releases. Because I think that I make a release like this, right? No. Okay, I don't know why this is not working. I'm fucking something up. That's for sure. Uh, well, here we're finally done. But there's definitely something going out of work. It should be 4 megabytes without 3-seater. Like that. Of that, I'm confident. Okay, what we wanted to do is go here. Uh, go to the zone file. Check our local dependency, flow syntax. And see what happens now. Oh. And you know what? Actually, show me the verbose commands because I want to see strip. So build lib. Is there strip in this command? I guess maybe strip is not a thing that you specify when building a library. That would probably make sense. If that is the case, then it means that getting my dependencies didn't really make a change. Like adding strip to the three-seater dependency probably did not make much of a difference. $109 MB. I'm suspicious of this number. So here's what I'm gonna do. Let's do this. Zig Zig up. Give me 0.15.2. Remove local Zig cache. Remove global cache. Remove the global cache, I said. And then kill old Zig. There was a pending Zig somewhere. Okay, that's also not good. Then we do Zig build release fast verbose. No, 3C30 didn't have a build running. Nah, we're getting a build error. Or maybe not. Wait, I still had the verbose flag. We're just getting verbose messages. Okay, never mind. Here's the strip. Hello, Quint. 109 MB. Okay. Just to be super sure. 109 MB. Okay. So what if I do equals banana? Okay, so this is false. When did I regress building Zine without three-seater? Yeah, 109 MB. One megabyte went away. Yeah, stripping doesn't do much. Okay, let's undo all changes. Okay. I don't know, failure. I don't want to start working. I want to go back to working to on Zine for now. So I want to go back to Awebo. But yeah, we didn't we didn't get what we were hoping for. Like there's something sus going on with Zine, and I don't know what it is. I am confident that I was able to get 4 MB builds of Zine without syntax highlighting. I actually think that I made a release. Did I really never make releases? I guess I never made releases without the syntax highlighting, but I was able to produce them, and it was very small. Hmm, who knows? We'll get back to that at some point, but not now. Okay, so what are we doing? We're changing clock ticking to. Oh, we're also doing this. Hmm. Okay. We're changing the clock to a ID generator. I'm evaluating whether I just want to make this an integer or I want to give it a method. I think I want to give it a method to encapsulate behavior. So I'm going to go in Awebo. Now I'm going to make an ID or like a ID generator. Or it could very well be clock. And just clock doesn't do timestamps. It's just something that gives you IDs. Although maybe it's misleading calling it a clock at that point. Yeah, let's do like ID generator or something like this. Do you think next? New? New. Hmm. Yeah, something like this. Right. It's just like easier to uh not mess up. So we go in server. Mm, start at 0. Add it on next. Oh fuck! I deleted epoch. We do want to keep epoch. Hey Jim. Hello. I am doing well, thank you. I've open sourced the Discord alternative project. Andrew is collaborating. We're hoping to move ZSF meetings off of Jitsi soon. What DB am I using? SQLite. I'm going for as much ease of you know management for the server as possible. So can get any easier than SQLite. Hmm. I mean, it's really surprising if this would fail. Okay, let's not do something this ugly. Let's do something less ugly. Oh, and it's not dot time. It's epoch dot. I don't know how. Do we want to use? Seconds, milliseconds. I mean, we're keeping it only one of these guys, so we can do 2 milliseconds maybe. What are you going to use for the client UI? DVUI. I've already started some work on it. Well, if you give me a moment, I'll get to a building state and then I can show you. I shouldn't take long. Okay, what is your problem? There's no next? Oh, right, because it's not next, it's new. I forgot. Man, I gave a name to this thing and I immediately fucked it up. Okay, happy now? Okay. Okay, I just have a handful of these things to fix and then we're gonna be good to go. Oh, right. I now have a bunch of places where I try to print this stuff. Uh, okay, that's the ugly part, but it's the last part. So server Apple last ID generated. This can be a just a number, not a format string. Let's do Zig build watch reference trace so that we can also see reference traces in case that there's more. Okay, we build. Awesome. So remove the database. Init the server. Okay. Run the server. Failure. Address in use. That's fair. I had a server running and I forgot. It seems. Oh, what are we watching in here? Okay, we're getting there. Run the server. There we go. Beautiful GUI. So finally, the payoff is this delightful UI. I mean, it's shitty, but it's, you know, the basics just to have something show up. Um, so yeah, it's the UI. If you want to see a piece of software that doesn't look like S using the UI, look at Pixie. Uh, Pixie is a pixel image editor. Looks really cool. Like it looks good. And this is also done with the UI. So, you know, you can make good UIs. Yeah. Okay, so what are we doing next? So we are wiring in this unique ID system, but now we are fetching these IDs in the wrong way. We're saying last ID generated 4. I think that is coincidentally actually true. But yeah. Okay. So we I think we have wired this stuff in correctly. The next thing that I want to work on is adding persistence to the client, because the client needs persistence as well. So I think this is going to be the beginning of basically moving the database stuff that currently only exists for the server to also the client. So that we're moving it into the shared Awebo namespace, because both server and clients want to deal with the database. That being said, maybe I should think about it for a second, because what representations do we want to have? And you know what? Actually, I'm not even that sure that. No, you know what? I think the client probably doesn't really require any of that. I think for the client, the only thing that we need is atomic file. Because again, we're just caching stuff. We're not really doing proper persistence. So, hello, 11. So it's all extendable. Expandable, all the data. Hmm. So maybe what I want is the ability to serialize this stuff as fast as I can, more than anything else. Hmm. Uh, Give me a sec. I'll be right back, and then we'll look into what to do for client persistence. Be right back. I'm like, okay, we're talking about persistence in the client. So, hmm, persistence in the client. um, persistence in the client. So in the client, we want to save. Basically, we kind of want to save the host structure. Like, what's in host? Let's double check on what's in host. Host has name. Yeah, we want to keep that. Logo. We want to keep that. Channels. Yes. And users. Yes. Is there anything else that we want to save? Not really. This is kind of it. Maybe we want to save information about our own profile. Maybe the view that we have of our own user is more detailed than what we have for other users. Um, channels contain messages. So the idea is that channels has a channel, has a list of channels, and then for each one we have ID, name, kind, and if kind is chat, we also have that. So we want to write that to disk as well. That is kind of it, to be honest. We do want to serialize. We basically want to take host and serialize it to disk. And then we want to deserialize it in memory. But then also in the client, we want to keep track of what was the latest ID that we've seen, which we can do. Which we can do. The problem is that while this is nice, we would like to be able to write down things as they stream in. So we would like to be able to not have only a like full big dump of the entire host state, but we would also like to be able to write individual messages as they come down. And at the same time, we immediately flush all the messages out. So maybe we do want a database just so that we can do this what I just described. Why type of and not math int fitting range? Hmm, I could do int fitting range. I think I also need to change this. Instead of being tail and land, this should be tail and front. So it should be two indices that are in range. I think I need to make this ring buffer nicer. So, but not now. Um, so yeah, so on one hand, it seems cool to be able in a client to say, but you know what? I just want to dump in a file a serialized version of this in memory data structure. But that doesn't count for the fact that we really wouldn't mind streaming this stuff to database. Specifically, or rather, like mainly when it comes to messages. Mainly when it comes to messages, yeah. Hmm. So that means that the client wants a database view as well, but the database view, yeah, I'm gonna switch to those. But the client wants to do the database differently than the server. So the client wants, okay, let me think about it. Does the client want a different table for messages? No, it does want to share the same table for messages, except that it doesn't want to do the full text search stuff. It only wants the messages table. And it wants users. And it wants users as well. Because we also have like we have a foreign key thing, which maybe we shouldn't enforce in the client. So we want the database. So we want the message table. And then we want a hosts table where we have one host per, where we have one row per host. And then we want a channels table. And now that I think about it, we could even have this thing. No, they cannot be mixed between different. We need a database per. We need a separate database per host. Yeah. But we need a channels table. So we need messages, channels, users, and then something where to put the host information, which might very well be the equivalent of our settings or like something similar. Okay. Hi, Loris. I downloaded Zig build a couple of days ago. Main has gained an init param. Yes, it's called Juicy Main. Well, rather, we jokingly call it Juicy Main. Yeah, I can tell you also that the reason why Juicy Main exists is because it is also the correct way of accessing CLI arguments in environment variables. We previously were able to, like previously, if you wanted to get access to CLI arguments, you would do STD process, args alloc. Like in STD process, there was like stuff to access CLI arguments. The problem is that namespace seems to imply that you can call it whenever you want, but you can't. For example, if you're building a static library and in your static library code, like so you're doing a Zig module, but then you compile it to a static library that then somebody else is expected to link against. If you do that, and then uh, in there you try to access std process.args, args alloc whatever, um, it wouldn't work correctly in some cases because roughly speaking, the CLI arguments and environment variable information in some systems is provided only to the main function, and so the main function is the only thing, like the entry point is the only thing that can see those. So basically, the whole thing would like make you believe that you could do things that you actually cannot do on all systems. In some systems, you can. On Windows, you it would still work, but not on POSIX. Okay, so I think that we really need to design the client database stuff. So yeah, let's look into persistence. So client has core slash persistence. So we want in the core client, so maybe we want to rename persistence to database or add database there. No, let me think about it for a second. Let's look at sim persistence right now. Begin loading state from disk, downloading state from disk, load impl. Uh, oh, why? But I guess at some point this could not error out and now it can. Okay, I don't know. Let's see. Load impl, core IO, core GPA, arena locator. Um, get path from known folders. Oh, we had a DVOI toast in here at some point. Hello, Neurosite. Okay, so cache, what were we loading from cache? Because here we have the cache path, but what are we, create leader path open, and that is awesome. Truly awesome. Core CFG fetch remove hosts. Missing password field from host file. Okay, so yeah, I was downloading Tricitter because I was wondering if setting strip to it would make any difference, and then I realized that strip is not even something. It's not even a flag that works with build lib. It seems so. It's like it's a linking thing, and so, or rather, it's a link phase thing, I guess. And so, it any difference. But man, downloading all those submodules, it was pain. Ugly pain. Mm. Also, it was linear. There was like no parallelism at all going on. That's also sad. Okay, so we are loading from some kind of file format, host names, host IDs, and host addresses and password usernames and passwords. And then we're using this information. At this point, I think that while the cache is optional, we might want to. Do we want to keep these things separate? Do we want to have? Oh no, you know what? I think we still want to keep them separate, even though it would be logical to say, well, there's going to be one database per host, and in that database we keep the username, the password, and then all the data that we cache locally. But I think it makes more sense to have one database for data that you cannot lose. So usernames, passwords, host addresses, and then for each host we have a cache, a separate cache database that contains all the messages, all the stuff that we can't afford to lose. Yeah, I remember. I remember. Mm, so yeah, I think that's how I would do it. One database with important stuff, and then one database with everything that is just cached. Sorry, and then one database per host with stuff that is cached. Whew. Okay, so that means that this is what we need to start doing. So step one, depend on SQLite in the client. So server depends on SQLite. Um, wait, core is not a separate module? Core should be a separate module. Core is not a separate module. I'm thinking that core should be a separate module, and then the different client implementations look at like refer to core as a module. The problem is that if we do this, then that means the client core cannot be nested inside of client, because then it means that the same files would be in different modules. I think would that work that way? But I think that regardless, that's how we want to do it. Let's see what happens if we try. It should fail right away if we try to do this now. But then the question is, can we fix it afterwards? Okay. Uh, let's look at no. Let's look at the git diff. What do we have right now? ID generator. Uh, and then ID generator related stuff. Okay. Okay, we made this, and then so now we have a clean slate. Let's tempt. It's okay if they are in different completion units, right? Um, yes and no. Yes, but within one of these completion units, so like within client GUI, for example, client GUI. You know what? We'll see. I think that if I set it up right now, it will fail because we are trying to import stuff within the core directory directly. So we'll need to change all those direct like imports into references to a submodule. Sorry, to a yeah, well, not sub, to a module. We'll see. Core would not depend on the UI. Core does not depend on the UI already. Core already does not depend on the UI, and we actually do some um, acrobatics to make that happen. So I'll show you quickly. If I go into main client GUI basically has a function called refresh. Or should have a thing called refresh. Okay, here you see refresh. Refresh calls dvui.refresh. This is basically what you want to call whenever you need to repaint the UI as the result of your business logic, not as the result of user input. Like if you move your mouse around or click around or type, then the VUI will know that it needs to refresh it needs to repaint everything. But sometimes that is the result of like in the business logic, we received a new message, for example, and thus we need to repaint. So the way it works is that when you instantiate core, which happens here, you pass a refresh function. And this refresh function is something that core knows that it needs to call to repaint the UI. But this refresh function in core is defined um, just as a function that has no dependency on the UI. So it's our implementation in main client GUI that depends on the UI. So the TUI implementation will have its own equivalent of this, that instead of the UI.refresh does whatever the TUI library needs to do. So right now, core is essentially a module. It's just not formalized. It's gonna fail, guaranteed. Okay, it's not gonna fail. What? That surprises me a lot. Oh, it's because I'm not referencing the module, and also I got it wrong. This is client uppercase core. Although that's gonna work on my stupid system regardless. Now watch it fall apart. So ZLS doesn't want to believe it, although this is because I'm changing the build script and I haven't restarted the editor. And so it's still using the old build. It's not using the new build. Okay, so this is what I was expecting. File exists in modules root and core. Okay, so we need oh fuck. We need Awebo as a module as well. Let me think. No, Awebo is more complicated. I think that we can do it like this. Or this can expose Awebo. And then in GUI, we get Awebo from core. Also, why is this pub const core? What if it's not pub? Now I'm curious. Hmm. String pool exists in root and core. So string pool is in core. Should string pool be considered part of core? Yes. So this guy should not be doing it. I'm gonna take it out. Let's see what happens. Core exists in core and root? Yes, because empty.zig. Empty.zig. Next problem, main.zig. Import file outside of module path. Oh shit, Awebo is outside of core, indeed. So that means that Awebo cannot be re-exported by core. So maybe Awebo, because of that, for the client needs to be a separate module as well. That should be fine, I guess. But that means that we need to give options to this guy, which we were doing in here, right? this. Okay, so this is a Awebo client now. And then we give a Awebo client to core. I think we can do that. File exists in modules core and Awebo. No module named Awebo available within module root. Core.zig exists in core and Awebo. Oh, I think I have missed the find Awebo. Yeah. Media. Host.zig. What about it? Sorry, what about host.zig? In Awebo? File exists in core and Awebo. Um, Not here. Not here. Host view, core.host view. Here we're accessing stuff through Awebo. And we are in core. So this is fine. Here we're accessing host through Awebo. And Awebo is import Awebo. This was certainly wrong. This is obsolete, needs to be deleted. Needs to be deleted. Okay, let's see how are we doing. Actually, RM Okay, try again. Core UI.zig. Um, oh, file is imported in server add. Right. Although this is not no module in core available within module root. This is because we haven't restarted the editor. Okay, so next is host.zig. Core network is encoded in Awebo. File imported here by the root of module core. Because network I think this is network. So okay, I'm having trouble deciphering what's happening here. So host is being core is importing host.zig. File is imported here by the root of module core. So core is importing network, core/network. Let's go look at that. We are importing core/network, and that is fine. We are core, we are importing our own files. The network is definitely part of core. But then somehow, is it core host view? I don't know. We can't even go to definition. Is this even used? No. Okay. So file is imported here in host when it tries to do host.zig. It's host.zig that is trying to do weird imports. In client only. Oh, there we go. Okay, here's the problem. Okay, in client only, we are attempting to get access to parts of core. But we are Awebo. We are Awebo. And Awebo, why does Awebo want to see core? Let's see. We want network and UI. Why? Because we want network host connection. We mainly want network host connection. What about UI? So UI is not needed. Okay, I understand now what's going on. The problem is that Awebo has a client only Awebo has a client-only struct that wants to be able to define that like a host contains a host connection defined by network. The problem is the network is core, and Awebo now is a separate thing. So Awebo is a separate module. Um, why did we make Awebo a separate module with regards to uh, core? I think the answer is that we don't want separation between Awebo and core. So instead of making Awebo a module, we let core import Awebo directly. Let's see what happens when we do this. And I know that this is how it was before. These are changes that we introduced. So we don't do a dedicated Awebo. We do say that core has this. Client core. And so why not make a circular import? Nah, that makes it too complicated to understand what belongs, like the relationship between things. In my opinion, I think it's complete overkill. Okay, if we do this, what happens now? Now we have that server list. Okay, let's fix this server list. Why can't you just export network from core? Because Awebo doesn't import core. Is core that was importing Awebo. So the hierarchy was that Awebo was at the very bottom, and then it was being imported by core, and then GUI and TUI would import core. So you have GUI and TUI, core, and then Awebo. And I didn't want to do a circular import between core and Awebo. Like at that point, if they have that relationship, then I think it's better to just keep them in the same module. You can export from root then. Root, you mean the GUI or TUI client? I think we have it. I think we're very close to doing it right. Oh, right. I remember why we did Awebo as a module, because Awebo is in a directory outside of core. So I think that what we want to do is move core files somewhere else. So let's see, cd source. So right now we have Awebo, client, and server. I think we need to flatten this a little bit more. So I think we should have in here Awebo, client core, client GUI, and client TUI. Or, just core GUI TUI, that also would work. So that would look like hmm, the web module contains network structs and common definitions between server and client. Think of it as like lib Awebo, I guess. Okay, why are we even doing this? I was trying to think. Wait, why did we even embark in this change? Um, why did we even embark in this change? Hmm. You know what? I'm actually starting to wonder, why did we embark in this change? What is it that we wanted to achieve right away? So we were looking at client persistence. We decided to do databases, and then I wanted to import SQLite in the client. Oh, I guess I started doing this because um, I thought it was a good idea to make a core module so that it could be defined once with its own like needs in terms of dependencies, and then the different clients would just import core, and they wouldn't have to worry about setting up core correctly in terms of dependencies. But I think this whole experiment is more counterproductive. It brings more problems than it brings improvements. So I think I'm just gonna toss all these changes that I made in the trash. I'm gonna stash them. So I'm gonna stash those changes, and then I'm simply going to pass down the SQLite as a dependency also to clients. Yeah, I mean, it was just to to streamline this thing a little bit more, but holy shit. I guess we can put maybe this. Although DQS default all synchronous, use a locker, thread safe, temp store, API armor, unlock notify, default file permissions, omit the decal type. You know what though? This, for example, one we want to be different. We don't want the client to have full text search. So I guess we copy paste this, or we make callbacks like a client and a server version of this callback. What the fuck? What are these things? weren't they called compilation in the past? What are they now? Compile. Oh, it's a step compile. I forgot. Yeah. Okay. So far so good. At this point, SQLite can we can avoid passing it in, and we can not pass it in, not pass it in, not pass it in, and then we do, oh, but then we don't have target optimized. Never mind. We pass it in. So client GUI. Okay, what's the problem? There's no problem. Are we happy now? We should be happy. Okay. So with this done, what's the next step? The next step is um we want to um the next step is we want to start setting up these databases in persistence. So on load, we want to see if there is server information in the persistence, in the important persistence database. And actually, we should look into OS specific stuff like Mac OS, uh, like application access keychain. Because probably on Apple, for example, we want to put server information on keychain, or at least some of it, like the passwords list. Okay, you know what? Claude. I'm writing a Zig program on macOS, and I would like to uh, store passwords in keychain. How do I code that? So you need the security framework. Okay. Security keychain, add generic password. Default keychain. Okay, so there's a bunch of options in here, and that's how you do it. You need to link against the security framework, yes. Okay, this seems pretty cool. Does Linux have something like this? Like specifying a custom keychain, setting access control policies, using keychain attributes for more complex queries. Does Linux have something similar? There are several options. Secret Service API. Lib secret. Bro? What happened? Wait, what the fuck happened here? So there's lib secret, gnome keyring. Oh, there we go. K wallet, keypass XC when configured. K wallet pass. Okay. What about Windows? What about Windows? Windows has Credential Manager, also called Windows Vault, which is accessible through the Credential Management API. Okay, so every OS has its own equivalent. I think we should opt into this stuff unless I don't know, unless it's completely broken. So I guess we can leave that as a to do enhancement. So maybe here's what we can do. We can leave the way we currently serialize host information. We don't touch it. We leave the crappy one that we have, and we keep it crappy. And then we open an issue saying um, that we should implement this stuff. Also, I would be surprised if nobody has implemented this for Zig yet as a library. Like this would work, I think, pretty nicely as a library. Like it seems fairly straightforward. Hmm. Well, give me a moment. I'll be right back, and then I'm gonna use plain text is plainly best, except when it's your passwords. Then if your passwords are in a plain text file that is super easy to access from anywhere on the system, the instant you install a shitty program that is even slightly malicious, then it's gonna immediately go snoop into your passwords. In the reason why these things exist is just because they make it slightly harder for random programs to slurp your passwords right away. I'll be right back. I'm back. I think the secure store Linux API is actually not not that secure, and any application can read it. Oh, um, well, you know what? This is a discussion that we can have. And worst case, what we do is we use the macOS one on macOS, we use the Windows one on Windows, and then we do nothing on Linux. That's also a reasonable outcome. Store client passwords safely. We currently have an extremely there's a pure ZigD bus library that you could use to access the secret service. Okay. Um. If you don't mind, leave that as a comment to this issue. Then, if once I create it, we currently have an extremely uh simplistic way of storing. Well, okay. Well, we currently store client authentication data in a simple plain text file. We should upgrade storing client user names and passwords into I don't know, keychain slash similar or let's say into macOS keychain and equivalent services on other OSs. To solve this issue, we you need to implement integration with OS with well, I guess before that, um, macOS has keychain, Windows has what was the thing called? Credential Manager slash Windows Vault. For Linux, we should investigate which services to support and make sure to fall back to plain text files with proper chmod in absence of any uh, keychain service. That's it. Um, it's preferable to PR each OS implementation separately. Client, Linux, macOS, Windows. Well, I guess you can just target client and then contribute already. Oh, secrets are decrypted at login and encrypted after log off. Okay, so slightly better than plain text. Mhm. Oh, you know what? We should also say this. The source client for persistence.zig for more info. That's the path, right? Is it uppercase core or lowercase core? God damn it, macOS. It's uppercase core. Everything is uppercase core now. Okay, that's another nice contributor ready thing that can be implemented. Actually, more than safely, the right word is securely. Securely, I think. Okay. That's another contributor ready one. Okay. So that means that we don't touch that. We only touch essentially the cache, which apparently it seems that we don't do anything with right now in persistence. Flatpak adds application isolation for secrets, so it's pretty secure for sandbox apps at least. Hmm. So you mean Flatpak plus secret services, or like secret service API? I have to say, this secret service name is hilarious. Oh, okay. Oh, on your side, if you're here, I do have one piece of feedback when it comes to auto completion. Um, Here's one thing that is driving me kind of nuts lately. If I have the cursor against some text, because maybe I'm deciding to add another argument, and I decide to start adding it here. If I do SDD dot, this nukes what I have after. I guess you did that on purpose because you like this workflow, but in some circumstances, it makes it so error prone. Like I have auto completion that keeps eating my words, and I personally would prefer managing manually this stuff. What? That's not you. It's the LSP. Really? Well, I guess I can't see this. Oh my fucking god, man. No, look, it wasn't eaten. Or rather, you might still be right. But in Helix, it doesn't behave that way, though. What else can I test this with? Technically VS Code, maybe? Yeah, I should open a project that does compile with the version of ZLS and Zig that I have. So never mind. Let's open something else. Let's open Awebo. This guy doesn't eat known folders either. I think you're interpreting this information differently than how these other editors interpret it. Or or ZLS is behaving differently in Flow than it does with these editors. Well, thank you. Okay, let's look at persistence. persistence. So we load the CFG stuff. What do we load from cache? Oh, there we go. Data read file unlock. Oh, well, look at this. We were indeed, I was saying we should sync the host. Holy shit, we were YOLO synchronizing the host. Like we were straight up YOLO, sorry, serializing slash deserializing the host. YOLO. Ha 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 ha. Who knew, huh? Who knew? So to load messages separately. Well, it turns out that now that that doesn't work like that anymore. Now we have a soup of everything. Interesting. So we were deserializing this stuff for from on disk. So update hosts, updating hosts would create hosts.awebo, and then do we actually serialize stuff? Like if I do zig build GUI, does it actually say that it loads stuff, or is it gonna complain that it doesn't load shit? Cache path, cache Awebo, updating hosts. Why is this updating hosts? This should be loading hosts. Also, panic rich unreachable code. Oh no. Oh, this is a build watch. Okay, server run. Updating hosts, updated host.awebo. Downloading straight from disk. This does not say that it's loading anything from disk for real. Like update host runs, but well, it doesn't say shit about well, like it only complains if it fails to parse cache. So could not load the cache for host. So it does find the cache and it does load it. Okay, I get it. Okay, I get it. In replace mode, it works just like flow. Wait, what's the replace mode? In replace mode, you mean Helix? I don't know what's replace mode. Read the line above. Oh, insert or replace behavior is a config option in VS Code, so it has both. Oh, Oh, is this a ZLS specific setting or is this a more generic LSP setting? VS Code setting. Editors suggest insert mode. Replace. Oh, I see. So that means that that this editor is configured by default to ignore replace the LSP stuff. And how does that work in Helix then? But it seems that they both then default to the other behavior, right? Hmm. Helix seems to default to the other to insert essentially. It doesn't seem to even have a setting for it. Hmm. Personally, I find that setting to be kind of weird. I mean, the replace one. Like, why would you want to replace stuff on the right of your cursor? I guess sometimes you want to do that, but why do that by default all the time? I don't know. It doesn't match my expectations. Okay, so that means that if we want to have proper persistence, now we need to do something different than just update hosts. Um, it's great for switching to another function. Yeah, but it also doesn't take much, right, for you to uh like word delete it. Completion replace. Where the fuck? But it wasn't shown in the docs. Auto completion, completion timeout, completion replace. Yeah. Set to 2 to make completions always replace the entire word and not just the part before the cursor. No, I think you're right. It was just somewhere else in the settings. It's in the editor section. Hmm. Okay. Um. So for this feature, um, let's see where is it that we invoke update hosts because this is being called somewhere. Oh no, why is it behaving like this, bro? Why are you like this? Okay. So this is being called by core when a new host is added. When a new host is added, we call persistence update host. We gain a new server. Let's update our persistent data. And I'm fine with it. I'm fine with that. The problem with this approach, though, is that we invoke this function also when loading stuff from disk. I bet you we are going to call hosts.add. And so this is going to do weird shit. Like, out of curiosity, if true panic, I want to see this poop itself. And I want to see the stack trace. So, yeah, because in persistence 124, which is a few lines above, we call add. So that's not good because the moment we call add, then we try to serialize it, but also we serialize garbage because this host is not, no, it's not garbage, but it is empty because we set state to it afterwards on top of everything. Oh man, who wrote this stuff, huh? So I would say clearly adding a host shouldn't automatically trigger persistence. Um, there should be more manual control over this. So in here we say no, we don't call update hosts automatically every single time. Then we call add. That means that we don't need IO, and then so no IO it is. Then um, this is fine. Then in persistence, in persistence, we can take this out. Out of curiosity, what if I go in here? Uh-oh. This is a huge food gun. So in here, then we do the loading. Okay, so now we have made this a little bit better, but we are not saving information about our hosts ever, even though we should. And most importantly, we are not streaming messages the way we should. Yeah. So I think that when we load host or we create one, we need to assign each to a database. Also, you know what? I need lights. We need to assign each host to a database. So where do we do that? Hosts come from either loading or creating them at runtime. So I think that host add should ensure the existence of the database. Do CFG path. We do there. Then we do cache. Okay, only then we do loading. Okay, maybe host add should do something of what I just described. So instead of update, it should on add, it should ensure database. Yeah, this should ensure database. Ensure database IO. Oh, so we do need IO. Turns out in the end. Um, Actually, should we ensure the existence of the database in here at this point? Or should we do that on first save? Yeah, actually, we can leave this here. And then in update hosts, instead of update hosts, it should be update host. It's not plural anymore. Now it's just one host. Only one at a time. Hosts.awebo. So update host is trying to update. Okay, so never mind. This was trying to update username and passwords then. Oh yeah, this is trying to update username and passwords. I see. So what we were doing here was dumb, but not completely wrong. I see. Dumb, but not completely wrong. Okay, so we can do it like this then. It's actually wrong because this was not just host, it was host item. You know what? Let's just copy this. Okay. But we add a flag for this maybe. if save. That means that in persistence in here, host add password false. We don't save it because we're loading it. Client CLI server add, blah, blah, blah. True. Oh, creates an empty core, loads, and then calls add. Yeah, okay. There we go. Core network is the one that wants to save. Actually, wait a second. Do we want to save? We do want to save, don't we? Because we're adding a new one. What am I saying? True. Yes, we do want to save in here. Oh no, wait. This is persistence. Where's the other one? Server add. In server add, yes, we do want to save. Okay, perfect. And then in network, two two six. True. Okay. So that's good. This is slightly less dumb now. Then in persistence, what else do we want to do? Cache stuff. So we're loading the cache stuff like this. But where do we save the cache stuff? That's the scary part. Because update host is writing only in the CFG directory. Where are we serializing? I think we never do it. I think I would bet that we never do it, but then why do we not complain when loading that the data is missing? And actually, you know what? Yeah, here's how we can test what's happening. Yeah, it's empty. Yeah, it's empty. So we are never serializing the cache. Could not load cache for host, but we don't see this, do we? Cache read file alloc, client identity, cache read file alloc. Hmm. Okay. There's nothing. Okay, so we do never serialize this stuff. But why does it not complain when loading? Then it does complain and I missed it. Begin loading safe from disk, downloading safe from disk, cache path, known folders, known folders. Mm, File open error. Yeah, this is surprising. Why are we not seeing this error message? Hey, Jasper, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to a stream that has a title that promises exciting stuff, and it's actually very boring being puzzled about a file access right now. Most of the stream has been me being puzzled at stuff. But yeah. So welcome everybody. I work at the Zig Software Foundation, but I'm not working on Zig. I'm working with Zig to make a open source self-hostable Discord alternative. I'm not alone, thank God. And I'm working on making all the CRUD stuff work well. I have a POC where I got to the point where you could make calls on the internet, which I have demoed on stream multiple times. So I'm not lying, I promise. But what happened in the meantime is that a contributor regressed it momentarily because they are remaking the audio backend. So hopefully this will get better soon. And the repository is this one. It's called Awebo, like the noise that some birds make. And it's a project that I've worked on for a while in private, and now I've opened it. And yeah, now there's a bunch of issues, and some of them are contributed already, and people are working on them. So yeah. Do. What else? Well, this is it. If you want to see how it looks like, it's very ugly. But in my defense, it's because I didn't focus on making it look good. Why are we recompiling? Did I touch anything? Oh, wait a second. Okay. So it's like a super duper ugly Discord right now. But as I was saying, I didn't put any effort into making the UI look anywhere decent. The main things that we're working on right now are, as I was mentioning, better audio backends so that we can have voice calls. Then the other big thing that we're working on is client server synchronization. I have a design document full of typos that explains how server and client message synchronization should work. And that allows your application to disconnect and then reconnect and resync. And once this stuff is in place, so once message synchronization is in place, once voice calls are in place, and then a couple more things. One being, I think, full text search, and another one which is not listed here, which is fetching history. So the ability to scroll up and then start fetching history as you scroll up. At that point, we'll be in a pretty decent place. It will still be obviously, in many ways, a toy compared to Discord proper, but when it comes to the basics, we'll be mostly there, and then it's going to be just a matter of doing incremental improvements over what's already there, like fleshing out every specific feature. Is this GUI multi-platform? Yes, it is. I'm using the DVUI. So to give you an idea, to show you something that doesn't look like S made with DVUI, take a look at Pixie. Pixie is another application made with DVUI. And you can see that Pixie doesn't look like S. You can see that Pixie looks actually decent. And it is multi-platform, yes. It's all rendered. It's an immediate mode GUI also on top of everything. Does it use the IRC protocol? No, no, we're not going to use the IRC protocol. Also, IRC is it's surprisingly not interesting for this stuff because if you think about it, IRC doesn't even have the concept of message synchronization. In IRC, if you're not online, you lose the messages. So anyway, I hope that Pixie proves that you can also make good looking stuff. The GUI lib, yes. So that's the library that I'm using. This is an example of what you can do with the library. The library is called DVUI. This is Pixie by Foxnet. Okay. Pixie. Oops. Yeah, this whole update hosts in bulk thing, it's kind of bullshit. I think they should be like, instead of updating all hosts, they should update one host. The problem is that hosts is a single file. Um, okay, I'm gonna leave a comment. Or you know what? Instead of leaving it as a comment, um, I'm gonna put it in the issue. Okay. Is that Codeberg? It is indeed. Yes. All the latest and greatest. Codeberg is actually fine. It's like very usable. In some ways, you know, if you're just used to GitHub and then you're gonna miss horribly all the tiny quirky things that GitHub does via JavaScript, for example. Codeberg is not gonna have all of those things. It's gonna have some, but not all of them. You know, but if you can like resist the temptation of loving tiny JavaScript thing is too much, then you'll find out that Codeberg is like pretty decent. It's faster at opening things. Sometimes Codeberg slows down because it's being like DDoSed or something. Like, I don't know. As of late, there's been a bunch of weird stuff happening with Codeberg, uh, which is probably in good part not even Codeberg's fault. It's like I don't know, GitHub maximalists trying trying to shut down the competition. I honestly have no idea what's in people's mind. Um, but so my point is that be aware that if you do switch to Codeberg, you will occasionally experience downtime. That is a thing that Codeberg is right now fighting with in a way that GitHub is not. Or rather, GitHub also has its own downtime problems, but that's mostly because it's falling apart. It's like it's a different story. So manage your expectations, but But it is an upgrade in some ways. And, you know, okay, so we never write the cache. So what I would say at this point, what I would say at this point, also, you know what we need to be careful about, that when we delete a host, we should also delete the corresponding cache file at some point. Something to keep in mind. Hmm. Um. So I think what I should do is nuke completely everything that we're doing with regards to cache. So here we're loading the cache for each host that we loaded from passwords. This should instead be open the database for each, and then read from the database. I'm really starting to think that message and channel definition should be a one-to-one, also database side between server and client. Mm, okay, so we don't do any of this, or rather, instead of data, we do database, we do DB, and we do, instead of read file alloc, we make a database instance. But currently, we don't have a shared understanding of what's a database. Well, let's start prototyping what we would like to be able to do. So I think we would like to be able to do something like this. DB equals, I don't know, like Awebo database, or rather, this is a type of Awebo database, and it equals uh, init and then h.channel.client.identity is the name. And then I don't think we need to specify anything else. This is the DB. And I want to load. We kind of want to do like db.load h. And then actually we do it like this. First we save this information up top for safety. Then we load. Then yeah, this is then we replace um I mean, yeah, I don't think we need to do anything like this. Okay, so something like this. Yeah. And that would actually do it. Yeah, that would really do it. But we don't have a Weibo database. We only have server database. What's in server database? Path, mode, We have path, we have mode that returns the database. We have these flags: pragma, read only, query only, true, locking mode, foreign keys, journal mode, synchronous, temp store, memory. Yeah. Get user by login. That's a server thing. Server permission. That's a server thing. Row. Rows. Okay, these wrappers instead are actually good for both sides. Fatal error and Hmm. We could move database to Awebo at this point. But then we would need to find a new home for the server specific operations that we have in here, like client login. We could keep server.database, or we could make them, or you know what? We move this stuff to Awebo and we make those server only functions. Easy peasy. But then we need to decide what to do with init, although init is server, so yeah, actually, client wouldn't inherit any of this shit. Okay, so you know what? Let's move database. There's no reason not to. There we go. Server permission. It's another server only thing. At this point, I would move this to the bottom. Maybe above fatal, but near the bottom. Okay. So we have this. And now we need to be able to Zig build. Unable to follow database. Indeed. Awebo.zig. Oh, switch context. That's actually nicer than what I was doing on the other side. Yeah, we need to do switch context instead of if. That's better. This is trying to get a hold of database in here conditionally, but now it's not necessary anymore because now database is part of a Awebo. So we can just do const database equals import database.zig. Um, mm, and it wants a null terminated path. Ah, God damn it, man. I am starting to wondering if maybe having one cache database is not a bad idea. Uh, it would require having different representations because messages would also need like a host key. So there would be like one big messages table. Uh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one would be better. But I guess we can do multiple for now and see where that leads us. So what do we do with this? So we can say path is going to be identity. STD. Oh, we need to allocate. So gpa.dup z u8 h client identity. We try with the fur path gpa.free path. I guess. Okay, and then we could have to come up with some kind of like load function. Oh, we already have a Awebo. Okay. So with this, we have moved database to the shared data. This can already be a good commit, I guess. So the next step is really to think about whether we want to have one database for all hosts or multiple databases, one per host, and see which one we like the most. Yeah, I'm more and more leaning into separation. I think separation is guaranteed to be the right move. Okay. Okay. So at least we did some refactoring. So I think I'm gonna stop here. I wasn't very productive today, and I'm having trouble concentrating. I don't know why. But in any case, a little bit of progress was made. We have now experimented a little bit with refactorings. Client now has access to the database. Next is actually start structuring those databases, and I really think that we can do table sharing. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Yeah. We can probably share channels. Channels. Oh, we can share roles, channels, messages. For users, I'm not sure. Actually, no, we can share also users. And we can also share probably user roles. So there's a good amount of stuff that we can share. We're not going to share permission information, I think, or at least not. Maybe we are going to share the table, but then we only send down some things, not everything. Huh. Anyway, in any case, we'll figure it out. So thank you all for hanging out. And let me see. I don't know. Is anybody doing Zig? There's no one doing Zig. You know what? I'm going to be lazy and call it a day. Thank you all and see you next time. Bye bye.